Good morning, instructional leaders of the Commonwealth of Virginia. I am Dr. Julius Hamlin, Associate Director here in the Office of School Quality at the Virginia Department of Education. We welcome you to our 2021 Principal Leaders Conference. We certainly want to thank our agency personnel, presenters, panelists, event planners, and you, the participants, for your commitment to be with us today. You could have been anywhere in the world, but we thank you for being here with us. The next 2 days will provide you with access to 22 power hour sessions with tips, tools, and important information to support our work in schools across the Commonwealth. We also want to mention that there are networking opportunities that this conference will provide you. Session recordings will be made available to you once the editing is complete. And please take the time to click the survey links that our presenters will be providing in the chat at the end of each session. Without further ado, I want to introduce you to our leader here at the Office of School Quality, our director, Dr. Aurelia Ortiz.
Good morning, and thank you kindly, Dr. Hamlin. So good morning, hola, bonjour, and aloha. As Dr. Hamlin stated, you could have been anywhere this morning, but you are here with us, and that is evidence of your commitment to personal growth. The Office of School Quality has historically worked with designated schools, but what we have realized through discourse and feedback and meetings and webinars is that instructional leaders all across the Commonwealth in schools with varying and similar needs want more. They are hungry to collaborate with one another, strategize with one another, and truly learn from one another. We are proud to have just a small part of satisfying that hunger by organizing this leadership conference today. The title of the conference, Leading Quality Schools in Virginia, is simple and foundational. In order to lead, you must have a direction, a pull, a purpose. You are here today by choice because you know that in order to serve a purpose higher than yourself, you must continue to grow and learn and study and network and evolve, all to become a better you, all to become the best, most effective leader you can be. If you had an opportunity to read our office's monthly publication, our Quality Quick Takes, this may sound familiar. But if you did not, this month's focus was on leadership. However, the central message revolved around teamwork and building a highly functional team, because no leader can lead without followers. And who follows you says a lot about you. And who you are is how you lead. Decades of research have identified principal leadership as second only to classroom instruction among all school-related factors that contribute to a student's success. Many of us have been fortunate to witness that research in action. We've seen effective leadership that strengthens professional learning communities and engages a multitude of stakeholders in the collective work of building a better school. Strong principals lead successful schools that allow some level of autonomy while also promoting and modeling collaboration and teamwork. They help staff, students, and families realize that they are stronger together. Successful school cultures are created and sustained by building trust, embracing healthy conflict, fostering a unified commitment to the vision, holding team members accountable, and focusing on achieving results through that clear mission. Only then can a team in the same boat rowing in the same direction move toward the shared vision and desired outcomes. If you are outcome focused and committed to the vision of high quality schools for all learners, then you have something in common with our keynote speaker this morning. Our keynote and chief visionary, State Superintendent Dr. Lane, is going to spend some time this morning discussing how to set the vision for your school. Your vision for your school helps not only to define your short and long-term goals, but it guides the daily decisions you make in support of students. I'd like to now introduce Dr. James Lane. Dr. James Lane was appointed Virginia's 25th Superintendent of Public Instruction by Governor Ralph S. Northam. As State Superintendent, Dr. Lane serves as the Executive Officer of the Virginia Department of Education. Prior to his appointment in 2018 as the Commonwealth's Chief School Officer, Dr. Lane served as a division superintendent in Chesterfield County, Goochland County, and Middlesex County. Dr. Lane, thank you again for joining us this morning, and the virtual floor is yours. Welcome again.
Well, thank you, Dr. Ortiz, and good morning, everyone. I'm so excited to be with you today, especially with our amazing principals here on the call around the Commonwealth and others that have joined us today. I'm going to talk to you about setting a vision, but first, I just wanted to thank Dr. Ortiz and Dr. Hamlin for putting this on. Dr. Ortiz leads our school quality work here at the Department of Education, and she's really done the work. She was a principal at Falling Creek Middle School in Chesterfield when I was there, and a school that was not accredited. She turned it around, and that school was accredited just 2 years later, and this just did incredible work. And so if you're ever looking for ideas on how to lead a school, especially that has not been accredited in the past, Dr. Ortiz is truly an expert in that area. But I'm going to share my screen, and here we go. So again, I'm going to talk about setting a vision. And this notion of proactive school leadership and this notion of optimism is something I'm going to talk a lot about today. We set core values at our department last year, and one of our core values is optimism. And I often get a lot of questions around, why is optimism one of the core values of the Virginia Department of Education? Well, I'm going to explain to you what we mean by optimism later in the presentation, but I want you to hold on to that thought for now of why is optimism so important to our work. But first, let me just say a quick thank you to all of you. Again, whether you're a principal, an assistant principal, most of your principals, teacher, central office leader, you have led through what has to be one of the most difficult years in the history of American education. And we've learned a lot about ourselves as leaders. We've learned a lot about the inequities that we already knew were happening in our schools, but have been exacerbated during this time. We've learned a lot about how to be flexible and think about different schedules. At the Department of Education, we've learned that maybe you can deregulate some of the things that are the rules that we put on education and still move things forward in an innovative and better way. And so for that, I just want to say thank you. Thank you. I know you wake up every day wanting to make sure that you can get the most out of your team members. And I know that you're looking to maximize the potential of your students. And you've done it in an extremely challenging and in some cases hyper politicized environment. And so I just want you to know how much we appreciate the leadership that you're doing. You've had to put stickers on the floor to make sure that kids knew how to stay 6 feet apart. You've had to deal with construction going on as HVAC was upgraded in your schools. You've had to think about how you're going to fit the same number of kids in a building, 3 and 6 feet apart in a classroom. You've had to navigate whether or not you thought that your students were going to be able to keep up masks on all day. And what we realized is that the education community is incredible. People come together, kids are resilient, and our leaders are strong. So thank you so much for what you're doing. And I just want you to know how much we appreciate it. So I want to talk a little bit about vision and values and why, as a leader, it's important for you to communicate your vision and to make sure that people know what the values of your organization are. So we did this work at the Department of Education. Believe it or not, when I came to the Department of Education, there was not a strategic plan for the VDOE. We require them of every school division, so your school division has a strategic plan. And I will say we submitted something that we called a strategic plan to the Department of Planning and Budget, which is essentially a plan for how we're going to spend our money for the year. But it wasn't a strategic plan. It wasn't a visionary or forward-thinking plan. And so we launched our strategic plan, which we call Drive 2025. And DRIVE stands for the Design to Reach Every Student and Innovate Virginia Education. And we launched this in January of 2020. Well, you all know COVID hit 2 months later, and it in a lot of ways had paused our strategic plan. But after we got schools back opened in August, after that transition of closing schools, we brought our strategic plan back to the forefront, and we've been communicating it heavily. We focused first internally in the agency around how can we make our agency a better place to support this work. And we spent a lot of time over the last few months talking about our strategic plan in the community. The DOE prior to Drive 2025 had a very long vision that talked about, global learning and the modern workforce, like a lot of strategic plans have. And we wanted to shorten our vision and our mission statements so that they would be a rallying cry that everyone throughout the Commonwealth could get behind. And so in Virginia, we have a simple vision. We want to maximize the potential of all learners. And that word there, all, is intentional because it has that focus on equity. And the notion of maximizing is about growth, which is a pivot for the VDOE, right? The VDOE has been about, are you on grade level? We give you SOLs. Do you meet the standards, right? And of course, we have some federal requirements that will mandate that. But with our vision, where we're headed as a Commonwealth, is that we want to move past simple grade level achievement to making sure that we're actually growing our students, but not only that we're growing them, that we're taking them to the maximum of where they can be. That's the vision that we want to have for education in the Commonwealth. And I think that's loftier than where we've been in the past. Now, our mission, how are we going to do that, right? Your vision is where we're going. Your mission is, how are we going to get there? Well, we believe at the Department of Education, our job is to advance equity and to advance innovation. And if we can be more equitable and we can be more innovative, then we can maximize the potential of our students. And so, let me talk about innovation a second, because a lot of people think that innovation is doing the newest thing that's out there. But sometimes you forget that newest is not enough. Innovation is about doing something that's newer and better. And if it's not better, then it's not innovative. And equity is about giving students what they need at the time that they need it. And it's about driving resources to the student that's tailored to their needs. But equity is also about an outcome, right? We will not reach equity until we can no longer predict the outcomes of our students based on their backgrounds. And that is what we're driving at the agency. Now, we set 4 core values. At the agency, if you want to work at the Virginia Department of Education, then you have to be inclusive of all people. You have to believe in excellence and that the work that you do every day should be of the highest quality possible. You have to believe in service, and that we all have to realize that there would not be a state superintendent, there would not be a school division superintendent, there would not be even a principal unless there were students and teachers. We are all here because of teaching and learning that happens for children. And so all of us outside of the student to teacher relationship are in service to that experience. And then finally, optimism. And again, I'm going to spend more time on that later because that's the one that we get the most questions about. So again, the vision is the difference that you make. The mission is about what you're going to do, equity and innovation. And then these core values are the moral compass that drives us to where we're going to go. So let's assume that for a moment that you agree with our vision that Virginia is about maximizing student potential, right? And so think for a moment, how would you maximize the potential of students in your school? How will your school do that? How will your school division do that? And as you're thinking through that, you should be thinking about things that you would do differently if the work that you're doing is about maximizing student opportunities versus ensuring that they get to grade level achievement. Now, you may say, well, part of the reason I'm here is my school is in improvement. I have a corrective action plan I have to deal with. And what I've learned over time, because I've led school divisions where schools were not accredited. And every school division I left, every school was accredited when I left there. And what I will tell you is that the schools that I had in my districts that focused just on the test scores were the schools that were not accredited. And when we got them to change that focus to actually focusing on students and growing each student as much as you can, setting higher expectations on a student by student basis, changing the mindset to a growth mindset of our staff, that is when we made the transition to getting our schools accredited. And I chose principals for those schools that had that same growth mindset, that that they thought that their job was not to get the students to be on grade level. Their job was to get the student to go as far as they can. And that simple mindset shift is everything in the strategy that you need to be successful in your school. And so this notion of this moral compass, right? These core values that we set at our organization became so important to driving that mindset. And so we have this belief that you have to have all four of those core values that I mentioned before. You have to be inclusive. You have to be excellent. You have to be optimistic. I'm going to talk about optimism here in a moment, but those have to be shared values of organization. And what we find is if you don't share that service notion, that you're not going to be successful at the Department of Education anymore. That doesn't mean that you're a bad person. That doesn't mean that you can't be great doing something else. But to be successful at the Virginia Department of Education, you have to have these values. And we interview and we hire for people that have these values because they're so important to the strategy that we've set forward. And so we ask questions of people when they want to be a part of our organization that align to these values. And people do leave the Virginia Department of Education. And more often than not, the people that I see leave, other than for retirement, which we will celebrate, but that go on to other opportunities, are either leaving for promotions, which we support and want, or they're leaving because they're on the wrong dance floor, that these values don't speak to them. And that's okay, because we are going to have an organization that is based in values-based leadership. And that is what will get us to maximizing potential, not only of our students, but part of your job as a principal is to maximize your teachers. And values-based leadership is how you will really grow your teachers as well. But it also guides us in our decision-making, right? This is the most stressful time that most of us have had. And I try to keep a really calm demeanor because I'm always making decisions with my values at the center of what I'm thinking about. And if I do that, I'm leading in alignment with my values, then I'm going to be happy. And if something happens and people disagree with me and later the values of the Commonwealth change, that's okay. Then someone else should come in that has those values at that time. But as long as I'm leading the agency, we're going to move these values forward. And we're going to focus on equity and innovation because they're so important. And so that moral compass is what keeps me centered every day as we make decisions. And that's what you need to know. What are the values of your school, right? And they may be the values of your school division, but how are you pushing those values in your community? And so take a moment and think, what are your values? What are the values of the people that work for you? Do you have a teacher or a paraprofessional or a custodian that you really are not getting along with, or they're not getting along with other colleagues, or you're thinking that you may have to put them on a plan of assistance? As you think about that, think about what their values are and what they value, and how that pairs with what you value, and whether they really know what the values of your organization are. Because oftentimes it's a misalignment of values that leads to lack of success in the workforce. And even in your position, you may be wondering, am I in alignment with the values of my division? And so think about that, right? Have you ever felt really bad after you made a decision? I can tell you that I can even go back to being an assistant principal. And we had a chart that we had to follow that said, if you do this disciplinary infraction, then it has to be this consequence. And I remember that sometimes those consequences were out of alignment with my values. And I would feel terrible about, giving a student even a lunch detention if it was out of alignment with my values. And that's not to say that discipline isn't important, so don't get me wrong on that. But sometimes the things that teachers were asking me to discipline as an assistant principal were things that really were about the relationship between the student and the teacher. We've all experienced that as school-based administrators. And so, but think about things that happen in your day. Have you ever made a decision where you thought, gosh, that doesn't really align to how I believe this should be done? And oftentimes that poor feeling that you have after making a judgment call, we find more often than not, that's because that decision was not in alignment with your values. And so, part of your role is to talk with your directors and your superintendent about what the values of our organization are and whether the decisions that we make on a day-to-day basis are in alignment with that. So take a moment again and think about, what are your values? You know some of mine, right? Because you heard me talking about inclusion and excellence and service and optimism. Another one for me, you've heard me talk a lot about growth, is obviously growth. Another one for me is creativity, right? I'm very innovation focused. But are there values on here that may be yours, right? A lot of people that work at the department said that one of their values was loyalty, right? That ultimately did not end up being an agency value, though it's a really important one. But if loyalty is really important to you, think about how differently that would have you lead if you felt like someone challenged you, right? It's okay to be challenged, because often people challenging you are helping you to get better. But you have to put that in perspective around what loyalty means to you, right? You may be focused on student mastery of concepts. That's a little bit different than growth. So what are your values? Think about them for a moment. I'm going to put some more on the screen. But reflect on your values and think about which resonate with you the most. So I want to talk about optimism, because it's a value that's so important to me. And I believe so heavily in it with the work that we do here in the Commonwealth. Now, optimism for many people is this notion of being positive all the time, or something like that, right? You know, the optimism is not a strategy, right? Or hope is not a strategy. Like, people have said that to me before, and that's true. But I'm not thinking of optimism in this notion of, you know, we're going to get there, the glass is half full. I'm a pretty positive and excited and engaged person, as you can tell. But I really believe optimism has a more intentional definition for us here at the department. And optimism for me is this notion of academic optimism, this notion and this belief that every child can really learn. But it's based in the research on efficacy, and especially teacher efficacy. And for those of you that have done graduate work, especially doctoral work, you've probably looked at the effectiveness of a variety of strategies to improve your school or your school division. And most of the things that we do actually have very nominal impact, right? We focus a lot on decreasing class sizes. Well, there's not really a lot of evidence in the research that suggests that decreasing class sizes actually improves student performance. The same is true of, say, raising salaries. Now, lowering class size and raising salaries is extremely important, because it improves the morale of our teachers, which is a huge part of what is necessary to keep our schools moving forward, and having the right climate. And so we still have to fight for those things. But the point that I'm making here is those things alone don't often lead to the outcomes that we ultimately want for students. So we have to do those things. We have to get our teachers a living wage. We have to make sure that we have class sizes so our teachers are not overwhelmed. But we also have to pair that with the things that we know in the research really work. As you go through the research, and all of you have probably have a Hattie book on your desk, and John Hattie, and look at the effect sizes of a variety of strategies. Ultimately, what you will find is that there's one thing that really makes a difference in improving student performance. And that is this notion of teacher efficacy. And you can split that in two ways. There's individual efficacy and there's general efficacy. Now, individual efficacy is this notion that teachers get better at teaching students. And what we know is that over a 30-year career, which for a lot of people is turning into a 40-year career, over a 30 or 40-year career, teachers get better every day at teaching students. So that's really good news. That makes me really optimistic as I think about where we're headed in the future. Now, on the flip side of that, this notion of general efficacy is a teacher's belief that they make a difference in students. So all the while they're actually getting better at teaching students, the more experience you have, right? That's a no-brainer. But what does the research say about whether the teacher believes that they're making a difference? Well, the research would tell you, and this is not true of everyone, right? I mean, this is average data, right? There are teachers that are going to be anomalies from what I would say, and there are teachers that truly believe in their impact throughout their career. But what the research would say is that on a teacher's first day of teaching, on average, they have the highest general efficacy they're going to have. They believe on the first day of teaching that they're going to change the world, and that it is their job to get in there and make a difference in kids' lives. And what happens over a 30 or 40-year career is that trajectory actually declines over time. And that over time, educators tend to believe that other factors than themselves matter more in increasing student performance. And so those of us that have been principals a long time, you'll hear things like, well, Johnny didn't get that because of X, Y, or Z. And the types of things that I would hear as a principal is, well, Johnny didn't pass the SOL because, you know, he has to go home and take care of his siblings. Or, you know, Angelica didn't pass because, you know, her family is living in extreme poverty and they just don't have the resources. We've probably all heard some story like that, right? But what we know is that that's not true. What we know is that if we can keep that general efficacy high, and we can keep the teacher believing that they are the most important factor in making a difference in student outcomes, that alongside that notion of individual efficacy, where they're actually getting better at it every day, we can actually turn around student lives, because we can't change what happens in a student's home. All we can do is educate our students when they're with us. And what the research is telling us is that the most important thing that we can do is believe that it's our job to make a difference. If for no other reason than perseverance alone will make a difference with kids. And that's the vision that you have to set as a principal as you come into your building every day. You don't need to worry as much about helping teachers get better at their craft, because they're professionals. They're going to learn how to get better at their craft every day. Now, they need your training, professional development, support, and all that. That's necessary. But what you have to realize is you've got to focus equally on helping them to understand that there is nothing more important than the teacher believing that it is their responsibility to make a difference in kids' lives. Because if they feel that ownership, that efficacy around the work, we know that the research says that we'll get more out of our students. And that is what optimism is about for me. And that is why optimism is a core value of our department, because we are focused on ensuring that everyone that works at the department believes that it's their job to make the experiences in schools better, to make our teachers better, and to make our students better, because that efficacy and my belief in myself is more important than anything in the research and getting towards outcomes. And that belief is this optimistic belief that if a student is with me, I'm going to get it done for them. And that is the optimism that we're talking about. That is academic optimism. And so you will see in research on principals that there is a whole notion of principal efficacy. And so the difference maker in your school, you're going to get better at being a principal every day, just like your teachers. But the difference maker for you is you have to truly walk in every day and believe that you are the principal for that school, and that you are responsible for getting that school better every day. And that other factors that, you know, we have too many students in poverty, or whatever other excuses people want to use about why your school is or isn't accredited, don't matter, because you are there to make the difference. You were chosen for this. You were meant for this moment. And that is what this optimism is about. And it's certainly based in the research, right? If you have high academic optimism in your school, and that you support academic achievement, and that the faculty has the capacity to help students achieve, and students and parents can be trusted as partners for student achievement, then you will get there. So our values, and this is a really cool part about values, they become more powerful when they are shared. So obviously it's great that I believe in this optimism, but I don't mean just sharing it as in telling you what my values are, But if I build an organization around a set of shared values, and we all believe that these values will make a difference for students, that exponential experience that we have in sharing these values will move our organization forward. Jim Collins, if you read Good to Great, he talks about the flywheel here, right? And that when you start leading an organization, it's like turning a flywheel, and it goes slow because it's one or two people pushing on that flywheel. But as you get 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20, 30, 50 of your teachers, that flywheel really starts to move. And that's this notion of building a shared vision and a shared set of values, because when you're all pushing in the same direction, you're going to be able to move that flywheel faster and faster and faster. So I'm going to pivot from this focus on vision and values, because you can see how important it is. And it's your job as a principal to set those in your schools. But I want to talk a little bit about where we are right now, because we all have to realize that everything that we do has to be painted with a brush that understands the context of COVID, right? Learning never stopped in this pandemic, right? Even when schools were closed, kids were home reading. They were experiencing in their communities. But what we've had to think about is how we can differently engage our students. And it's certainly been stressful, but you can't sit in front of a screen all day unless you're making this instruction much more engaging than what we had in the classroom, because the experience of relationships alone in the classroom will allow you to have a positive classroom experience. But with the absence of those relationships and the isolation of the screen that we're all experiencing, engagement and truly focusing on deeper learning is more important. And I talked about how we deregulated education last year when we closed schools, because we had to cancel tests and we had to change graduation requirements to get students over the goal line. And we showed that some of that could happen successfully. But what I hope we don't miss in this opportunity of these 18 months is every teacher has gained incredible technology skills. Every principal has gained incredible technology skills. We've also learned a whole lot more about how to engage students through a screen. We have got to leverage this moment to make deeper learning a permanent fixture in our classrooms, because deeper learning is what's going to get you to accreditation. It's what's going to get you to the growth results that you want for your students. Going back to what we did before is going to go back to the results that you got before that were inequitable for students. And so we've got to use this crisis moment to truly leverage this to build back better and to change our education system to make it more equitable and innovative for students, especially as we come back to classrooms in the fall. But let's not forget that the pandemic did compound inequities, right? Most students are falling behind, but our students of color are faring worse. The data is clear. What we know is that also our Black and Hispanic and our students in poverty were more likely to be learning remotely for most of this year. And our white students and our wealthier students were more likely to get in-person experiences. Frankly, our rural students were also, which often are higher poverty, but our rural students were more likely to get in person, and our urban students were more likely to get remote. And so this is going to compound inequities in whether it's from rural to suburban, whether it's resourced to not resourced, or whether it's African-American students to white students. We have got to make sure that as educators, we see it as our responsibility to turn this tide and make sure that we're creating equitable experiences as we recover from this pandemic, because the inequities are so stark. Now, a little bit on what the data is telling us about where students are. Well, what we know is that our earliest learners are being impacted the most. You're seeing the most learning loss, especially in reading and math, in the pre-K through, say, second or third grades. As you get to fourth grade and above, we found an interesting trend in our data. We're actually holding our level a little bit more steady in reading in the upper grades, fourth grade through 12th grade. Reading is actually holding steady. I'll tell you why in a second. But we're seeing a lot more learning loss in mathematics in grades 4 through 12. We're seeing significant unfinished learning in social studies and science, because so many schools, when they went virtual, reading is such a huge component of what you have to do in some of the asynchronous environments we've seen and synchronous environments we've seen. Reading is holding level because the students could already read after third grade, and reading had to be a foundation of what we did in some of these virtual settings. But mathematics, especially get into upper mathematics, has to be taught. And the lack of availability of synchronous experiences for some students has impacted math. Then the other thing that we're seeing is because of the pandemic, there's been an increased focus on reading and math and a decreased focus on social studies and science, which is leading to some of those subject areas not getting the attention that they would have gotten in in-person settings. And so as you plan, as you head not only into SOL season, but into the summer and into the fall, you have to realize not only these inequities that were at play, broadband inequities and the inequities around access to in-person learning that I shared on the slides before, you have to realize that there's also inequities in the way that the curriculum was approached. And so as you plan for summer, you need to look at your assessment data and make sure you know what students have learned so that you can focus all of that time on what's unfinished. Then you have to make sure that you're building recovery systems in place once you know what's unfinished to make sure that students can get it. You might want to take your ARP money and invest in after-school tutoring programs. You may want to do a much longer summer school. You may want to think about a year-round school program. You may want to think about some weekend sessions during the school year. It's going to take more than just what we're going to be able to do in the classroom to get to recovery. And you cannot go into this planning as though your teachers are going to do all of this work by themselves. Our teachers are tired and they're overwhelmed. And they've been teaching concurrently and they've been teaching extra hours. So as you think about building out these remediation opportunities, we just sent $2 billion extra dollars to your school divisions. We need to really think creatively around who we can partner with to build out the out of school time structures necessary to help students recover while hiring more interventionists for the in-school time. And if we can maximize time in school and out of school, then we have the best opportunity to meet our students' needs. And that is this belief I have. If time is the constant, if we expect students to learn in the exact same amount of time at school, then learning will be the variable. It'll be all over the place. But if we can make time the variable and give students more time that need more time in creative and innovative ways with partners, then learning will be the constant. And that is what we're trying to do here with summer. We're not going to mandate any strategy. We're not going to mandate year-round schools. We're not going to mandate longer summer schools. We're asking you to take this extra $2 billion in resources and think about how you can create the most innovative opportunity for your students, how you can seek out the best high quality instructional materials, how you can bring in resources to address their social emotional learning, because we're going to have so much more trauma when students come back than we did before the pandemic. And we got to provide opportunities for our students to be safe. And that is what this summer allows us to do and to bridge all of that. Because when we come back in the fall, and I'm sure you know that there's legislation, we are coming back to the fall 5 days a week. And so this summer is our chance to recover. I think it's going to be multiple summers, but this summer is the moment for that efficacy that I talked about to really drive innovation in your school and to build some new structures this summer to get students back to where they could have been and beyond to maximize their potential. And so just a little bit on how the state is helping with this. As I mentioned, you can see in the top left, 2.1 billion went out statewide, 1.89, it's actually about 1.9 billion went directly to your divisions. The DOE got 200 million of that. We're going to be doing grants for your school divisions. We're setting aside of our 210 million, we're required to set aside half of that for learning loss, which we call unfinished learning. The federal government calls it learning loss, right? So this is where we'll do grants to help support tutoring, like I mentioned, maybe software and curriculum, special math and reading groups and specialists. We're going to do 21 million in grants to extend and accelerate learning in the summer. We're going to do another 21 million in grants to support after school programs. And then we're going to set aside 52 million to build some permanent structures in the department. And so we're building an analytics tool that you'll be able to use to track early warning for your students. We provide, many of you are using Canvas. You may not know that the state pays for that for your school division. And so the learning management system that you've been using will be permanent. We'll pay for that out of that 52 million. We're going to build out, a huge literacy project to support the science of reading in all of our schools, and we're going to continue to support technology and increasing cultural competency in our schools. And so one of the things that you may want to ask as a principal when you go back home is, okay, 1.8 billion went directly to the school divisions. How is my school division leveraging the money we have to address unfinished learning this summer, after school next year? And what other projects are we putting in place to make a difference for students? So a few things that you should know, because some things are going to be permanently different next year. And the first is actually in the middle. I said it before, but Senate Bill 1303 was passed by the General Assembly. We will have in-person instruction going on in every school division in the Commonwealth next year. And the expectation is that that will be 5 days a week. Now, some of your school divisions may create innovative 4-day-a-week schedules, but they'll still have to meet the 180 days or the 990 clock hours. So in terms of scheduling, next year is going a little bit back to normal. Now, we recognize that many of your parents are going to choose virtual. And so you are allowed under that bill to offer full-time virtual learning. You're actually not required, but you're allowed. And so at the state, we provide Virtual Virginia. We have always provided Virtual Virginia for high school courses. We now have full-time learning experiences in Virtual Virginia from pre-K through 12, I shouldn't say pre-K, K through 12. And so your school division may decide not to have virtual learning in the way that you've done it the past year. They may have students that want to be full-time virtual do that through Virtual Virginia. That we built that program out so that it could support that, and you don't actually have to run a concurrent virtual school in your school. Now, your school division may. Part of the reason I mention that is I do believe that there will be parents choosing to stay virtual next year, and I believe they'll choose it full-time. So that's why we created Virtual Virginia. But the expectation moving forward, like that you'll have 5 days a week of in-person instruction as an option, for parents that choose virtual as the sole basis for their education, we expect that that's synchronous, because we know that the asynchronous learning is not working. Now you can offer some asynchronous programs like credit recovery and things that we've always done, but generally speaking, we're expecting that if students are learning virtually next year, that they're learning that from a teacher. Now, the other big change heading into next year is the new growth assessment that the department is creating. Another piece of legislation was passed that requires the Department of Education to create a through-year growth assessment system, which is great because our whole vision has been about maximizing potential. If we're going to maximize potential, then we've got to know how much growth students are making in a year. So starting next year, there will now be a fall diagnostic assessment created by the Department of Education that you will deliver in the fall. And we will measure growth on that to the spring of next year on the more traditional SOL. Then in the following school year, we will create a mid-year assessment. So you'll have a fall, a mid-year, and a spring assessment. Now, if some of you give NWA MAP, the assessments that the department are creating are going to be very much like NWA MAP. They're going to be computer adaptive. Now, next year, there'll be grade level assessments. But in the second year, the assessments will actually adapt off grade level. So if you take NWA MAP and let's say you're a fourth grader, you miss questions, you might start getting third grade items and second grade items and first grade items. Or if you're a fourth grader and you get them right, you might start getting fifth grade items, sixth grade items, seventh grade items. So there's no cap to the assessment. We're building, like the NWA MAP, the exact same type of assessment that will be computer adaptive. It will go on and off grade level. The fall will be an on grade level assessment just in the fall. But in the future years, we're going to build this innovative assessment that will be 3 times a year and will provide all of this zone of proximal development information for you, so you know exactly where your students are and how much growth they've made. And so if you're an NWA MAP school division, you may find your school division phasing that out over time because the new state diagnostic system will do exactly what NWA MAP does for you. And we'll also transition to a vertical scale. So, next year you'll get scores that look like 400s or 500s or 600s like we've had on the SOL before. In future years, that vertical scale will actually go beyond 400 and 600. So you'll actually be able to watch your students' growth trajectory over time in what we call a vertical scale. For those of you that are in NWA MAP, that's like the RIT score, right? And you'll have expected growth from fall to winter and winter to spring and fall to spring. And all of that you're used to seeing in your local growth assessments will be built into the state assessment system. And that's all a part of that legislation that was passed by the General Assembly this year. And certainly exciting. Now, the other thing that you should know is that accreditation is waived for the tests that you'll be taking next month. But accreditation will not be waived next year. Now, so you may think, well, then why are we so focused on taking these tests now? I think we need to know how students are doing so that we can prepare for the summer. But keep in mind, we will still measure growth from the SOLs you take next month to the SOLs that you'll take next year. And so it's really important that you encourage your students to come in and take the tests, because you will not be able to show growth for your students if they opt out of the test at this time. And it's important that they take it seriously so that we can build our programs around how to support them. But as you're thinking forward to accreditation, make sure that part of your strategy is getting some information on where your students are, because of the impact that will have on helping you measure growth to next school year. So how can you be proactive with all of this? Right? We're all working extremely hard. And you can tell from me, I get up every day, I'm ready to roll. I haven't even had caffeine a day. I gave up caffeine over a year and a half ago. I actually had my first soda the other day in nearly 500 days. So maybe I'm still excited from that. But burnout can have serious implications. And so part of your job is to be proactive with, as hard as everyone is working, to create experiences that diminish stress in your communities and to identify stressors before they become issues. And we think about that at the department all the time. Some of that, sometimes you can't avoid that. And part of being a professional is being able to react to changing environments and move forward successfully. But part of our job as leaders is to be proactive and to think about how we can get ahead of not only stress, but issues that could lead to stress. And so that requires you to be proactive and future-oriented thinkers, right? You have to, and you can do that by being client-centered, obviously being proactive and being focused. Thinking about, sometimes I call it productive paranoia, thinking about what could be possible so that you can put strategies in place to address what could be possible. And that requires you to really know what's going on in your organization. Great leaders are detail-oriented. They ask their teachers how they're doing. They look at the data about how their students are doing. They think about the pressures and the stressors and the political things with parents and teachers and the division and everything else. And they're constantly shaping their organization to be prepared for all of those moments and avoiding landmines, as this quote says here. And the more proactive you are, the better you get at predicting issues. So it requires you to be in the know. And the most important way that you can be in the know is by truly knowing the stakeholders in your community, like your teachers, your families, and your students. As a principal, to really make a difference in your school, you should know every student in your school's name. And without saying it out loud, you should generally know how all of your students are doing. And that's what data will help you do. You should certainly know all your teachers' names, and I know you know that, but you should also know what their strengths are, where their areas of improvement are, and you should be constantly communicating and giving them formative feedback. And if we're really going to make a difference in our kids' lives, we have to know what's going on with our families. And I am in the process of touring every school division in the Commonwealth. And I have 6 school divisions left before I visited every school division in the Commonwealth. And I was touring Monday and Tuesday this week. And I can tell you, I can go in immediately and see which organizations are the highest functioning by the way that the superintendent alone approaches the work. I walked into some school divisions this week. The superintendent knew every single teacher in the building, knew every student that walked by, said hello to everyone, and could say something that was going on in their lives. And I'm not talking about small school divisions. I'm telling you that I saw this in one of the 5 largest school divisions in our Commonwealth this week. That is an incredible leadership. And that's the type of work that we all need to emulate, even in our schools as principals. And you've got to be flexible, right? As proactive as we all want to be, as much as I try to predict what's coming, something always comes out and surprises us. And as a leader, something may surprise me, but my job is to remain calm and lead us through it in a way that doesn't impact the stress of others and shows people that we have confidence that we can handle anything. So remember that as you think about understanding and getting to know others, it also requires you really being able to turn your focus to how you can really understand what's going on with them, right? And that's part of knowing your values. And so before you think about imposing your values on others, you have to first start by understanding the values and belief systems of those around you. I can tell you that the values of the community in Middlesex, Goochland, and Chesterfield, and now the state, were all vastly different. And so I couldn't be successful in encouraging values until I understood what the values were of others. You don't just change someone's values. You don't just put values in place in an organization and then everyone jumps on board. You understand the values that are there. You decide whether your values can align to that. And then you build a shared set of values that are not, like I said before, I have personal values that are not the agency's values, but I'm aligned to the values that the agency does have. And so it's not just about you setting values, it's you understanding the shared values that are going to move your organization forward. And so the last piece I want to talk about before I wrap up is just letting you know that we have just released guidance. We formed a work group that we call Virginia Learns, and I love acronyms. LEARN stands for Leading, Engaging, Assessing, Recovering, Nurturing, and Succeeding. And we did a big press release this week. You can go to our website. There's a whole ton of information there. But we put together a huge group of stakeholders to talk about where we're going to recover from this pandemic. So that we've got strategic guidance in there. We've got resources. I mean, the math resources, I can't even talk enough about, to help you address this unfinished learning, right? And this group started with that same type of shared mission of where we wanted to go. We want to recover in the Commonwealth. Well, that shared mission and vision is even important in the teams that you create, right? And so once they decided their shared mission, they decided, well, we've got to address social emotional well-being. We've got to address instruction, assessment, and equity. And so you'll see that the Virginia Learns work group is based in those 4 areas. We also surveyed families and got over 1,000 responses to help guide our work. And what became clear in the surveys is we had to really understand the experience of our families and our educators to be proactive as we head forward into the summer and the fall. What we also learned from that data is that there are kids that have been successful in this, and that's an important thing to remember, is not every student has failed or lost in this pandemic. In fact, there were some students that were probably getting bullied every day in person that are thriving in a virtual environment. But the most important thing that you can do is leverage strong and consistent communication with your families and tailor the experiences for your students as we move forward. We also know that even though some students were successful, many did struggle with remote and virtual learning. We also heard from our teachers that, everyone prefers to teach in person, generally speaking, but the simultaneous synchronous learning was, and concurrent learning and all the different things that teachers were dealing with really, was a struggle and a lot of extra work, and it led to struggles for students at home. We also know that the work that you did to put safety protocols in place mattered to your teachers. And so, it leaves us thinking, well, what if we had been more proactive, not as a state, because our governor has been incredibly proactive, but as a nation or as a world, what might have been different? Could we have had masks in people's hands faster? Could we have been faster with travel restriction? Could we have monitored health faster? Could we have, done vaccines faster? Who knows, right? But what I will tell you is, when you think about how fast everything has happened in a year, crossing 2 administrations, And it has actually been quite an incredible experience to be a part of. And being proactive isn't about having a crystal ball. We could not have all predicted that this was coming, but we can all be prepared for the possibility of something like this happening again, because now we know that it could happen. And that is part of where we need to head moving forward. So your job as a leader is to be strategic. Your job is to set a vision, a mission, and values for your organization, and then create goals for where you want to go and collectively work as an organization towards those goals. We're doing that at the department. We used to be an organization that was about rules and barriers. We believe that we're the tower of yes, right? That when people ask us a question, we no longer focus on why you can or can't do something. We look for ways to get us there. And one of the answers that we give oftentimes, we get questions all the time that we can't say yes to because the law says we can't. But one of the things we try to say is, well, maybe it's not yet. Here are ways that we can change the infrastructure in the Commonwealth to make a difference. So again, wrapping up, here are some of the resources that we've provided in Virginia Learns. We created these checkpoints. Totally encourage you to check out these checkpoints, right? So the question here is, how do we ensure a smooth transition from the virtual setting to face-to-face? Key recommendations, and this is an opportunity for you to check in and make sure that you've thought through each of these things. There's a student and staff well-being checkpoint, right? So thinking about how you can be prepared to address student health in your school division. We got great graphics that you can use, and you can see that throughout that, you can see how you can lead, how you can engage, how you can assess, how you can recover, nurture, and succeed. And so I'm going to wrap up. I'm here till 10 o'clock, 9:57. I know you probably want to grab some water before your 10 o'clock session, but I'm going to wrap up again by saying thank you. Thank you so much for the leadership that you're showing in the Commonwealth. And together, let's share our vision for maximizing potential. Let's do that through advancing equity and innovation. And let's drive values into our organization so that we're all working together to spin that flywheel to make a difference for kids, because they deserve it. And we're here because we care about children. Thank you so much, and I'll see you soon.
We thank you, Dr. Lane. We appreciate you and first and foremost your leadership for the Commonwealth here at the Department of Education. We want to thank you again for sharing what we all should embrace in terms of growth mindset and optimism, helping our principals to really have a focus on enhanced efficacy and making sure that we all have our personal values and we take into account those of others. That proactive approach of being strategic with our planning will also help us to strive to make time the variable and learning the constant. We thank you. I want to really mention really quick about some logistics for the conference moving forward. Many of you received the Know Before You Go email from our event planners and Eric, Ivan, and potentially Leland. There's one link for the intercessions today, beginning at 10. Once you enter that space, it's a help desk. You can select your specific session. So if you selected a session prior to and you want to change out, you can do that. This YouTube session will be open for not only the keynote, but the principal panel, as well as our closing remarks. So you can return back to this YouTube link for those sessions, the 9, the 11, and the 3 o'clock sessions. All other sessions today, you can use the link that was sent to you. Also, there will be a PowerPoint that will be showing on this YouTube link throughout the day with the actual slide with the link on it as well. Also know that you will receive a actual folder link that will be shared, Google shared. It will come from Eric Sawyer with Virginia Tech Event Planning with all of the PowerPoint presentations. And as soon as videos are edited, we'll place them there as well. So we thank you for joining us for the keynote, and we will see you throughout today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Leland, are you still on with me?
Eric, I am still here. I was just helping out with some breakout rooms.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask you to do. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Good morning, Dr. Foster. How are you today?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
Very well. Yep, you need to mute one of those. Maybe the other one, because I can't hear you now.
How's that? Okay. Here's my situation. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry. How was that?
I'm still getting the feedback.
There we are.
Much better.
Because my laptop has a poor sound quality, and good morning again, I had my iPad up for premium sound quality. So I don't think I can use both.
No, actually, you sound very well, good and clear.
Okay.
So with what you
Okay.
have there, you are perfect. So you're good to go.
Okay, let me turn mine up so I can hear. I'm trying to eliminate using a headset. How was that?
Yeah, we're good. We can hear you. You're fine.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I'm turning off my volume on my YouTube. I'm actually watching the YouTube over here and watching you over here. So,
Yes, sir.
and remember that we are live now on streaming. So
Absolutely.
very good. So once the others join, we'll be ready to go.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. Hello.
Morning, Angel. How are you today?
Good. How are you?
Doing very well.
Dr. Foster, great to see you, sir.
Good morning. It's good to see you also, Mrs. Lee.
I was in one of the sessions enjoying it and realized, oh, I need to get to mine. Dr. Bell, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Ms. Lee. How you doing?
Wonderful. How are you?
All right. Am I the first one?
No, sir. Dr. Foster beat you.
Okay. Good morning, Dr. Foster.
Good morning, Dr. Bell.
How
Love
you
those
doing,
colors. Love those
sir?
colors.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know, I'm fortunate where the high school has the same colors as my university.
Would that be on the hill in Petersburg or Morgan State?
That would be high above the Appomattox, sir, in Petersburg, Virginia.
Much higher. All
And
right.
I will say I am a proud bear from Morgan, so those are my colors as well.
All right. All right. Yeah, you know, we used to play Morgan when I was at Virginia State, but after we played them my freshman year. And after that, they went to that Northern Division, Southern Division, and we didn't play them anymore.
Oh.
That doesn't mean we can't chat. That just means be cautious of what we say.
The session just prior to ours was with Hampton City Public Schools, the Director of Student Services, and in conjunction with the Office of Instructional Support. And they actually had an entire session around chronic absenteeism and helping principals to understand the dynamics of what rolls into chronic absenteeism. So not just including unexcused absences, but excused absences as well. And so they were having a discussion around systems that principals can put in place to support intervention before it even has to get to a prevention situation or a tiering system. And one of the pieces that they mentioned that's new in the mental health world is, I took a note on this because I thought it was very interesting and it may come up within our discussion as well, but it's called COVID traumatic syndrome. And so they are finding that students in particular at the high school level are experiencing symptoms are mirroring post-traumatic stress syndrome in relation to the impact from COVID. Good morning, Principal Williams. And so thank you for joining us. And so I thought that was very interesting to learn that schools are now doing a screening process on the social, emotional, mental health side to identify students with this particular syndrome. And one of the schools that they referenced that just completed their testing last week found that 40% of their student population have COVID stress syndrome. And so now they are working to put a system in place of intervention in their multidisciplinary team to try to support students around that. One of the direct correlations that they think they're going to have next school year as a result is that more students are now going to be virtual versus the hybrid or face-to-face. And so they are going to spend this summer trying to utilize some of the state funds they just received on developing a system to support those students that will become 100% virtual with the social, emotional, mental health piece of it. So just something I wanted to share that was hot off the press.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And all of you are doing such tremendous work in your schools. I will say, as a former secondary principal, it makes me miss being in the building. But I don't know if I would have been prepared for COVID. I think that would have been a different spin on it. But in looking at the great work that you all are doing in your schools, I just commend you. It is a hard task. Not everyone is built for it. And you have to surround yourself by supportive teams, and just looking at your data sets and just all of you have such a different approach to it, but you're all achieving such great levels of student success. And I just want to commend you. I know the hours and the time and the sleepless nights that you have to make that happen. And so we are so greatly appreciative at the Department of Education, as well as the parents in your communities.
Thank you. Very welcome. And as you share those things, I reflect back that on the March 13th of last year, or 14th, not only in my home in the community, that paper towels and toilet paper were at the top of the list. And I don't know where that came from. That's just we all knew that none of us were prepared for this.
Yes.
So I can say that I can't imagine what our children were going through, especially those who have societal challenges and things of that nature, with just so many other concerns that are just unimaginable. So
I think it speaks to the leadership, how you handle unforeseen circumstances that arise, and your ability to really rise to the occasion. No one could have prepared you for it. Much like the position of President of the United States, what job could you possibly have that prepares you for that, right? It is very much, you must have a unique set of skill sets to really be able to step in and know what to do in case of emergencies, and how to prepare your team, and to do it in a manner in which you do not express anxiety or fear or panic. Really speaks to the leadership that you all represent.
thank you.
Principal Eck, I just saw you. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
We were just briefly sharing some information from the previous session with the chronic absenteeism presentation, in which Hampton City Public Schools was sharing the systems that they have in place to support students and monitor chronic absenteeism as it relates to their dropout prevention strategies. And they were mentioning some of the students that have been most affected by COVID, and what it has done in terms of their data sets, and how they're working to actually enforce and implement strategies in the upcoming school year, with a possible anticipation of more students wanting to be virtual next year versus hybrid or in person.
Yeah, I had an opportunity to see that. I looked at their presentation. I took a sneak peek. But I think one of the things that I really appreciated about where I am is, we have this really strong pyramid, MTSS system, and that has really helped us carry our school through this time. So for us, just having protocols that were in place already, right, really helped us to get through. And we didn't lose too many students. Our enrollment stayed strong. I may be, 20, 25 kids short from, traditional numbers, but not a whole lot. So, and, I live in a real truant area in Northern Virginia, where my kids do move around a bit.
Yes, and you have large populations of the subgroups as well.
Yeah, absolutely, right. And my biggest subgroup is, of course, my ESOL subgroup, which is, more than, sorry about that, more than half of my students. So,
have you seen any trends or patterns developing from your subgroup? group population since you have such a large group, just since the transition as students are starting to come back to the school building?
To come back?
Yes.
Yeah, it's really been to have to reassure them that it's safe to come back because they have been the community that's been hit the most, right? So they've actually seen the consequences of COVID, and so they are hesitant to come back to school, more so
Right.
than communities that haven't seen, right? So I would say that I have students who've lost parents to COVID, and close family members. I have a student who was left orphan. He lost both his mom and dad to COVID. So these are
Oh,
students
wow.
who are just, they're so fearful of the disease that they just, they don't want to come back. So it's reassuring them that it's safe to come back because they rather remain virtual. But they do attend classes virtually, so it's been a little bit of that. So we're trying to now re-engage the kids. We had the 2 days a week, and now we're working to bring kids in 4 days, right? And really invite them. So we started with, we're coming 4 days, who wants to come 4 days, and putting out the invitations. And now we're actually, taking the phone calls and knocking the doors and saying like, it's time to come back, right? And doing more in-person reach out rather than phone and email, which we started with, but we just weren't getting, I probably got 100 hits off of that, and that was it. So it's being a little bit more aggressive about getting them to come back.
Are there supports that you and your staff and your team have put in place for students who have experienced a loss, such as family members that you mentioned?
Yeah, so we absolutely, right? I mean, I fund an extra social worker. I fund an extra 2 counselors typically, right? So we have a strong counseling team that really works with students. So for example, that student that I mentioned to you, he is living with his aunt, and we do follow up with him on a weekly basis, right? So we have his counselor and actually my director of student services, who recently, he just came to mind because they gave me a report on him. They went and visited him yesterday and did a home visit. So we do have strong supports for them. We do have, wraparound services for kids who need wraparound services. And we work with within our county and then also within our community, like what are other resources that we can tap into.
Well, this is great to hear. I think that our discussion, our panel discussion with participants, I think sharing a lot of this information is going to help enrich the conversation as well, because I don't think that what your experience is unique at all to Northern Virginia. And it's probably, to be honest, just beyond Virginia as well. So I'm glad that our session is actually being live streamed so that this is not just for instructional leaders and principals in the Commonwealth of Virginia, but also throughout the country, because as a country, we are all dealing with the same issues, just in different percentage points, but the same issues in terms of student support. This was a pandemic that we certainly couldn't prepare for, and just really are learning some of the outcomes as a result of it. And that probably, honestly, we will probably still having that for come. Principal Williams, in your area, you have a fairly smaller area in comparison to compared to Justice High School in Northern Virginia. Are you seeing some of the same patterns within your student populations as well?
I am, and being that I am small, because I am 8 through 12 and I only have about 235 students. But what I am seeing, because we have the only subsidized housing and we sit inside of another county, we sit in Westmoreland County, what I'm seeing is that a lot of my students are hesitant to return back because they begin to work and pick up extra jobs to assist their families. And so what I'm seeing is that students are in essence becoming almost like college students, in which they're completing a lot of their work, but still working full time. And so trying to get them to come back into the building, it's been a bit of a challenge and some delay in that.
Understandable. And Dr. Dr. Foster, are you experiencing many of the same
I
issues as well?
I totally relate to what she's saying. Our Portsmouth, Virginia has it's very dense, but it has a geographical small area as far as the city limits. And our students have, going through the COVID phase, found that they've become the semi-breadwinners in their homes. Everything from Wendy's to McDonald's to Walmart to those who find themselves or consider themselves fortunate to work at the shipyard. And once those businesses get a hold of our students, they don't want to let them go because it's minimum wage, and the kids who when school was open used to close at night and come to the buildings very tired. They're now working during the day through the drive-throughs. And those businesses really don't want to let them go because they know they need the job. And I found that some of my team, as well as myself, we visit the businesses and let them know that you still have an opportunity to be successful completing your high school education, and that there is hope. And once they get a glimmer of hope, you get that foot in the door, then we try to pull them away from their business and get them in school. Hopefully, some of the females aren't mothers by that time, but I do have some young mothers now who've taken on different responsibilities. So we really have to adapt, and each child has an individual story, and we have to meet them where they are. So yes, I'm very familiar with what Principal Williams is going through.
Wonderful. So we have about 30 seconds now, so we're going to go ahead and get started. I do want to remind you, Principal Eck, could you turn your camera on as well? Make sure you're on gallery view. So good morning and welcome to the Principal Panel Session of the Principal Leaders Conference hosted by Office of School Quality. My name is Angel Lee, and I am the moderator for the Principal Panel Session today. Today's session is chronic absenteeism and dropout prevention. During our panel discussion, please email your questions related to today's topic to erichs1@vt.edu. The outcome of today's session will be technical strategies that you as participants can implement to improve chronic absenteeism and aid dropout prevention efforts. Our panelists today are principals with over 26 years of teaching experience, over 5 years of assistant principal experience, over 27 years as principals, over 32 years of experience at the secondary level, and over 7 years of experience at the elementary level. Collectively, with over 2 decades of teaching experience and over 3 decades of school-based administrative experience, our panelists comprise current principals across regions 1 through 4 of the Commonwealth of Virginia, each renowned in their own right for their tireless efforts, assuring students in Virginia are present and available for quality instruction. Without further ado, I introduce you to our first panelist, Dr. William J. Bell, Principal of Armstrong High School in Richmond City Public Schools, representing Region 1, the Central Virginia area. Principal Bell has been a principal in both Virginia and North Carolina, endorsed as a curriculum specialist, having building level experience and central administration experience. At Armstrong High School, Principal Bell has increased student graduation rate more than 13%, thereby decreasing student dropout rate by more than 11%, and thus removing Armstrong High School from federal sanctions with the graduation index. In addition, Principal Bell is married to Cassandra Bell, has 3 children and 2 grandchildren. Thank you, Principal Bell, for joining us.
Glad to be here.
Dr. Foster, thank you. Our second panelist is Dr. Laguna Foster, Principal of IC Norcom High School in Portsmouth Public Schools, representing Region 2, the Tidewater area. Principal Foster has been a school administrator and principal from grades pre-K through 12, inclusive of a juvenile detention facility. Principal Foster attests his greatest accomplishment as principal of IC Norcom High School. In 2017, IC Norcom High School was recognized by U.S. News and World Reports as one of the best high schools. Thank you, Principal Foster, for joining us.
Thank you.
Our third panelist is Principal Miss Tricia C. Williams, Principal of Colonial Beach High School and Colonial Beach Public Schools, representing Region 3, the Northern Neck area. Principal Williams began her career as an educator in 1998. With her career trajectory, she's been a second grade teacher, a middle school English teacher, a director of student services and transportation, all prior to becoming principal. Principal Williams attests her greatest accomplishment as a principal is having a team that was able to coordinate, provide students with devices and school on-site hotspots to launch virtual instruction in a timely manner for students at Colonial Beach High School. In addition, Principal Williams has been married to Reverend Bill Williams for 16 years, and they are adoptive parents of 4 children and grandparents to 1 grandson, Kason. Thank you, Principal Williams, for joining us.
Thank you.
Our fourth panelist is Mrs. Maria Eck, Principal at Justice High School in Fairfax County Public Schools, representing Region 4, the area of Northern Virginia. Has been an elementary, middle, and high school principal. Principal Eck attests her greatest accomplishment as principal as implementing targeted intervention and enrichment, closing the achievement gap in all categories, increasing IB and honors enrollment, and increasing graduation rates for students at Justice High School. Thank you, Principal Eck, for joining us today. We begin our discussion today with questions for the entire panel. Our first question will go to Principal Eck. As a leader focusing on building capacity of others through your training and or readings, what have you implemented in your building that transcends into practice that supported decreasing chronic absenteeism and in support of dropout prevention?
Well, thank you. Thank you for inviting me and being here. Can you see me? Because my camera, you mentioned that the camera wasn't on. Is it on now? Can you see me now? Yeah, it should be on.
Yes.
Okay, good. So I think one of the things that we've done in the last 3 years for justice, and when I say our MTSS system and our 3 layers, it does include, right, academics, behavior, and social emotional. And so in that we grasp, right, our attendance, and having strong protocols from the beginning prior to COVID, right, having early intervention for knowing what students are showing a pattern of absenteeism, knowing what solid interventions we have in place for when we see these patterns developing. So not just a phone call home, but what are the true interventions that we're going to have with these students in order to prevent them to continuing to develop that pattern has been what strong for us. So we have deans who implement those interventions, as well as an assistant principal who oversees attendance. So it's also a dedicated staff to ensuring that students are coming to school as well. So it's not just left up to a front office person to call students to see why they're not in school. We actually have dedicated staff to ensure that they follow through. Why aren't you coming to school? And then if there's a reason that needs to be intervened, that those people are capable of intervening and making decisions to help those students and families.
Wonderful. Dr. Foster, as a leader focusing on building capacity of others through your training and readings, what have you implemented in your building that transcends into practice that supports decreasing chronic absenteeism and in support of dropout prevention?
Well, good morning again, and likewise, thank you for inviting me. I've been at IC Norcom for 6 years, a very historic, prominent school, and two of the things that I found necessary was allowing the voice of leadership, upcoming leadership in the building. And I'm specifically talking about teachers, growing them and putting them in positions where they have a voice and offering their expertise to the entire building climate. So I started a leadership team upon my arrival there. From that point, those small concerns started to table, specifically absenteeism in my community as well as dropout. And I found it very, very necessary to break away from the leadership team and develop an attendance task force committee to specifically address the ground level, boots on the ground, students who are not coming to school, break the generational philosophy that it's okay not to go to school. And I found that generational, to break the cycle of where students are now opting to take minimum wage jobs instead of coming to school because they feel their hope is less than, and they may not feel that their skills or they're not in the right grade. So I had to break that cycle with the attendance task force committee. And on that committee is myself, an assistant principal, a district attendance officer, a parent liaison, and also one day treatment counselor, in addition to a representative from community and schools. And these are the persons that give us the wraparound service. So to answer your question, the leadership team, giving our teachers a voice and letting them know that they are also part of the tool that keeps accreditation in place and keeping kids coming to school. Because if they're not in school, they're not academically successful. And the second piece is developing the attendance task force committee.
Wonderful. So what we hear from the first two panelists is staff follow through, allowing upcoming leaders to have a voice before the entire team, and then the development of a task force to address specifically generational cycles of low attendance. Wonderful. Dr. Bell, as a leader focusing on building capacity of others through your training and readings, what have you implemented in your building that transcends into practice that supported decreasing chronic absenteeism and in support of dropout prevention?
Well, we found that when I first arrived, we needed to increase communications. We had to over communicate, and we had to definitely build our homeschool relations where we're including the community. And that homeschool relationship, that relationship piece is not just in the building, but it has to also be outside of the building. So what we've been able to do we felt like we had to bring all key personnel to the table and in a collective body as one team working together, being on top of monitoring what the students were doing. So what am I saying? Well, our social media team had to be at the table. Our support attendance team had to be at the table. Our counselors had to be at the table for graduation tracking. Our family and community engagement personnel from the division had to be at the table. Our social workers had to be at the table. Our dean of students, administrators, everybody had to be at the table when we are communicating to make sure that we are providing services. The first thing that we wanted to do was to make sure that we address Maslow's piece. We wanted to make sure our kids and our parents had what they need, had some things they need, those basic necessities before they would even listen about school.
Thank you, Dr. Bell. And Principal Williams, as a leader focusing on building capacity of others as well, through your training and readings, what have you implemented in your building that transcends into practice that supported decrease in chronic absenteeism and in support of dropout prevention?
Well, good morning again. What we began with when I became principal is just a system of supporting our students and our teachers and our parents. And in supporting our students, we needed to reframe the stigma of I didn't finish, or I'm dropping out, or I'm chronically absent. And so now I'm going farther behind and I cannot get and obtain the goals that I want to. And then in reframing that and taking away the stigma of the fear of I've dropped out, or what that looks like, or the shame or the guilt associated with that, we've turned that into more of a celebration and letting them understand that we all have to work towards our goals. And sometimes it takes us a little longer to get to that point than we initially intended for it to happen. And there's no stigma in that. There's no shame and no guilt in that. So supporting our students and reframing that and managing their expectations. And then we began a professional development series with our teachers and helping them to support students and to support parents and to reframing that. And even getting teachers to take a look at their own lives and where do I stand as a teacher? How do I feel about dropout rates? How do I feel about absenteeism, and removing any stigmas that they have associated with it? That has really helped us to go out and to get our kids who normally would have turned 18 and said, no, I'm going to drop out. I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to get a job, to come back in and to be successful and to finally walk across that stage. And that's been hugely successful here in Colonial Beach.
Thank you. One of the key points that all of you pretty much touched on is the ability of your entire staff to own the work itself. So whether it is developing the task force with, as you mentioned, Dr. Foster, to building the home and to school relations, Dr. Bell, to allowing staff follow through that you mentioned, Principal Eck, and then also for what you just spoke to, Principal Williams, around owning the work and removing the stigmas. So with that being said, Dr. Foster, can you discuss some of the challenges associated with student engagement, student attendance, pre-pandemic and post-pandemic, and what strategies are you and your team implementing to address those pre-pandemic and post-pandemic challenges?
Pre-pandemic, we were on incline for increased student engagement, excitement of coming to school, through what Dr. Bell mentioned, through social media. And we find that to be a strong avenue for communications, whether it be Instagram. Our graduation coach has her own Instagram page. Again, from my colleagues building that communications, we were on a pretty good incline. And students really wanted to come to school. Of course, we still had some overage students that were out working and felt with Principal Williams' mission, the shame, the stigma of not being successful coming in. So I would say we were pretty successful. And then came March 12, 13. And that was a gap that I had not anticipated. And I really had to find avenues of recommunicating and connecting while keeping in mind that our families were still concerned about outsiders physically coming to the home and things of that nature, as well as in my own community. So I can tell you that I'm going to take the philosophy of the church. Although our church is closed down, our pastors remind us that church still takes place if you're not in the pew. So what I had to do is build that excitement, that spirit within our students, that school is still alive and well. Even though you're not brick and mortar, your proud institution is still there for you. And I would remind them in communities that our school, IC Norcom, is second to the church in the community. The only two things we don't do is baptize or give communion. Everything else we do, social, emotional aspects of it, domestic concerns, they come to us. And I'm sure my colleagues can attest to that. They come to the school for resolution and mediation. So no longer are we just educating families, we're doing missionary work. So I had to build what our Principal Bell said, build that communication, get that spirit of the church in our building, letting them know that we're still there. Increase social media, increase by school messenger to families. Of course, during our governor at that time, we really pretty much were on lockdown. We couldn't have any interaction and things of that nature. But using the Zoom and the face-to-face to let them know, to reassure them that we're still here, encouraging my teachers to not only have Zoom teaching lessons, but Zoom chats and non-educational talks, just to have a chew and chat, or just to meet with your students so they can see their faces, to be reassured, I'm still here. You can ask me questions. Just a few spaces of connectivity. So post-pandemic, we're on a good incline. Football games, pep rallies, kids were excited about coming to school and have a high school experience. What I've learned is that We're really going to have to do a better job of establishing equity as far as technology, making sure our families have the internet, things that they need, and so that they can stay connected to us, and continue to encourage my staff as teachers just to have moments of having sidebar conversations and things of that nature.
Understandable. Thank you, Dr. Costa. Principal Bell, can you discuss the challenges associated with student engagement, student attendance, pre-pandemic and post-pandemic at your school as well? And what strategies are you and your team implementing to address the pre-pandemic and post-pandemic challenges?
Well, I concur with a lot of things that Dr. Foster had already communicated. We were on the incline as well. We had to have a mindset that school was still going to be in session, even though there were a lot of things that were happening beyond our control. Our kids were excited about coming to school. We had built that type of culture. So this was a punch in their side when things occurred on March the 12th and we had to shut down on the 13th. However, sometimes things happen for a reason. And I believe that, being it from a spiritual standpoint, as Dr. Foster was speaking of. And I think as I reflect back, pre-pandemic and post-pandemic, the virtual experience has helped us grow. Matter of fact, it increased our homeschool visits because we found that post-pandemic, we had to increase homeschool visits. We had to increase visits to homes. With the post-pandemic, with our virtual Google Classrooms, with our teachers being in communications with our students and instructing with the virtual tools and the technology, we had those mindfulness moments before class started, where you got a chance to have wellness checks. We still continued with our town halls, even though it was virtual, but we still wanted to keep it as close to daily operations as possible. So we had our town hall meetings with grade level students. However, we still wanted to do wellness checks, but we invited parents. So that was a little different perspective because when we had town hall meetings in the building, parents weren't there. However, this is a difference. This is different now. So you got to have your community piece. So we found that we had to do that. The technology, the division did a great job with outfitting our students with those devices and hotspots needed. Regardless if they couldn't afford it or not, the division took on that task of making sure that every family from pre-K on up to 12 had what they needed educationally. So that really helped us communicate with our kids. Now, Dr. Foster talked about the kids working. Well, that really, and Ms. Williams talked about kids supporting their families. Well, with that virtual and those devices and with the Google Classroom that we were able to utilize, those kids now really were never absent because even though they had to work and support, they still were present because they could come back. The sessions, the class sessions were recorded. They could still keep up with their work. They could turn things in. So my colleagues communicated and said, well, a key point where they almost became college students. So yeah, they did. So accountability increased, responsibility increased, ownership of learning increased, which goes back to what I said about things happen for a reason. And I really don't think we can go back to the brick and mortar way. I think we're going to have to hybrid this thing and have and continue to do some of our virtual pieces. Now, one thing that we have put in place, or that we're putting in place to make sure that we don't have a drop in attendance and a drop in engagement, we had purchased swivel technology for all of our teachers. So even if a kid is absent, they still will have a recorded lesson and they still can be engaged and in tune to what's going on at the school, even through in-school support. if there's a kid that has to attend that for a block or whatever, still, you are in direct link with your classroom. You may have to have an antiseptic bounce for a minute. However, you still are connected. And that's important, where the kid never feels like they are thrown to the wayside. You are still family, you're still with us, and we're going to see this thing through from 9th grade to 12th grade, overaged and unaccredited students. That has been an issue. Well, with this virtual experience, we've been able to reclaim some of those kids because we're doing education a little different.
Thank you, Principal Foster and Principal Bell. I think what you've spoken to specifically post-pandemic challenges and how you've been able to overcome them just by having a different approach to the work. Principal Foster, I'll use your term, missionary work, if you will, and being able to build the excitement for students. And then Principal Bell, which you just spoke to in regards to recording the class sessions, so that even if students have to have jobs to support their families, which they didn't have to do prior to the pandemic, they still have an opportunity not to miss out on instruction, and it's available for them at a time that's most convenient. Even to the extent of providing them exposure in a college setting simulation, which is sort of introducing them to the world beyond 12th grade. So thank you so much for sharing that. I do want to remind participants, you do have the ability to email questions directly in that you may have around today's topic for our panelists, and you can email them directly to erichs1@vt.edu. And so with that said, let's continue the discussion. Principal Williams, can you discuss the challenges associated with student engagement and student attendance pre-pandemic and post-pandemic, and what strategies you and your team are implementing to address the pre-pandemic and post-pandemic challenges?
Well, pre-pandemic, we had some of the challenges that I believe that all of my colleagues across the state probably had: family issues and trauma, mental health issues. Some of those things were blocks for our students to attend school. And we still have some of those post-pandemic. But one of if there was going to be a bright side of coming out of COVID, is that our division did really well with providing all of our students with devices very quickly. And so knowing that we were going to be shut down at the time, thinking for a couple of weeks, we made mad dashes around this building to see who did not have a device at home and provided that device immediately, so that our students would not lose any connectivity to their teachers. And one of the things that's been really helpful for us is that we've adopted a model of Monday through Thursday of instruction, and then Friday having office hours for our teachers. And so it is giving our students that ability to stay connected and have that collegiate feel of dropping in and having individualized instruction with teachers throughout the day. And that has been great post-pandemic for helping some of our students, especially those who are working or those who have had struggles academically, to be able to jump in and have that one-on-one tutorial time. And our engagement with our students, our lessons now, modifying the curriculum slightly, just so that when we're on with our students are getting their teachers' attention, and then being able to jump off of that, do their work, come back and leave those sessions open and available for when those students need it. That has been instrumental for us.
Thank you, Principal Williams. And Principal Eck, can you speak to the challenges associated with student engagement and student attendance pre-pandemic and post-pandemic at Justice High School, and what strategies you and your team are implementing to address pre-pandemic and post-pandemic challenges?
Sure. And I don't want to repeat what everybody has said, but we've used a lot of the similar strategies. But I will say that pre-pandemic, right, we were still focused on student engagement and getting kids to school and addressing attendance. We ran through our intervention time, our RJ circles, so our RJ, restorative justice attendance circles. And those circles were really working for us. Our kids, after participating in them, were really committing to coming to school on a regular basis. So then, of course, when the pandemic hit, one of the things that we did actually pre-pandemic was we had our 5 ins and out is what we called it. It's just our non-negotiable, what kids have to know coming into this class and leaving this class. And because we had such a strong identification of those things, when we went into the pandemic in March, we were able to stay focused and really engage our kids. It's like, well, we have this much of the year. We know exactly what our kids, we said they had to learn. We know what they still have to learn in order to be successful. So let's stay focused on this. So it took us a week. We had to get the hang on, how to do everything virtually. We were fortunate that we were a one-to-one school. So our kids really worked on the computer a lot using Google Classrooms. Our teachers were very proficient with using things like Go Formative and, all the wonderful tools that they used on. So they were able to transition that into the virtual setting. It took a minute, but we did it. I think the hardest part was, we had town halls, lots of information, lots of communication. I think the hardest part was when we started the year still virtual, right? I think we thought it was going to be a little bit of a shorter thing. And then we started the year and we did start to see a little bit of a drop. We saw a phenomenon called ghosting. I don't know if anybody's familiar with that term, but it was kids who were signing on and then they weren't participating in class, right?
Yes.
And so we put together what we called the work completion task force, right? And it was a group of us, 40 teachers, right? It included myself. So it was 40 staff members, from teachers to our on-time graduation specialists and our deans. And we were calling kids to be like, hey, we know that, you sign into class, but then when we call on you, what's going on? And really became really targeted. Actually, we weren't calling without a purpose. We had questions that we asked the kids and we had like 5 questions and we were all filling this Google form out to see if we identified patterns of why kids were ghosting, right? And that way we could then target those needs. So that was great. The other thing that we did was we discovered we needed to do some organizational tools because what Miss Eck did in first period looks so different to what, Miss Jones did in second period. And kids were like, I don't know how to find my, the PowerPoint for this class or the recording for this class. Because in one class, my teacher puts it in this format. In another class, my teacher puts it in another format. So we quickly came together to say, we're going to have a tool at student graphic organizer where things will look the same from period to period so that they can access their information without having to look in different modalities and in different ways. So that really helped continue to engage kids because that's what they told us. They were like, the 2 things they told us was, I can't find my stuff. I can't find the links. I can't do this. And then the second thing is, it's hard, because I can't just raise my hand and have my teacher come over, right? So we really became targeted then with our intervention time. And so our intervention time, in addition to our office hours, we had built in 45 minutes every other day, intervention time, and teachers requested students, right? So, and it's incredibly successful. I mean, we have usually over 1,200 kids participating in intervention time. And then the rest of the kids are participating in a guided, their own guided study time. We also incorporated something called advisory time, and that was really small groups of kids with a teacher, right? So everybody, when we say everybody, librarian, everybody has advisory, which allows us to have a small group of kids, maybe 8 kids in class, to really build that relationship. And then in those advisory periods, the teachers were also helping kids with their virtual tools and whatever assignments they needed. So putting all of that together. And then we're not quite at post-pandemic, right? Because we're still coming back. We're still at 2 days. We're moving to 4 days. Well, we have moved to 4 days and we're trying to invite kids. We have already kids coming in for 4 days, but we want to invite more kids to come back for 4 days. So just slowly putting in, every time we notice something, right? We start to see a pattern. We're like, okay, what can we do to intervene? And so far, those things have been successful to help us get our kids through it.
Thank you all so much for sharing. And what we hear you saying is pre-pandemic, you certainly didn't have the challenges that you have post-pandemic, but you've been able to take the strategies that you had prior to the pandemic and really tweak and implement new ones such that students are able to have positive outcomes and even including increasing student achievement post-pandemic. And so so what we hear you saying is it's important to build excitement, to provide resolution as well as solutions, because essentially that's what students and families are looking for. And then taking that and making yourself available as a school and a staff, increasing your home visits, developing teams that notice when a student is attending but not participating. How do we keep that student engaged? And then offering opportunities for community engagement. Principal Bell, you spoke to your town hall meeting now being inclusive of parents, whereas pre-pandemic that wasn't the case. And so all of you have been able to really speak to how you have taken your strategies prior to the pandemic and really enhance them, if you will, so that both students, families, and communities are really inclusive and really are vested, and you're showing yourself as well as your teams being invested as well. So with that being said, Principal Williams, as you reflect on the lessons learned, and as a principal who's been successful in reducing chronic absenteeism and or dropout rate, what other recommendations can you offer to our participants?
To continue to build relationships. I am an incredibly small school, I think, in relation to most on this panel. And so I do know my students and I can build those relationships with my students. And so if someone is not at school, it's not a big deal for me to pick up the phone and call that parent directly and say, hey, what's going on with Johnny or Susie today? Because I've missed them and I don't see them in the hallways today. So building those relationships, those parents also will trust you. And so when there is something that is happening and there are barriers, they will call me and they will talk to me and we can work through those. And we can help them to build those bridges over to community partners that can assist them if it's something about food insecurity, or maybe it's their, bill needs to be paid, whatever the issue is, they're trusting us, as Dr. Foster said, to be more of that missionary approach. They're trusting us to help them and to guide them. And so my advice would be to continue to build those relationships, not only with students, but with the community members and partners who can step in and to provide food and assistance and things of that nature, but to also build those relationships with parents and to never give up. And I tell my staff this daily. It is our responsibility to reframe a student's dream while managing the parental expectations. And so just never to give up and to constantly give students options. So if this does not work out today, there is another option, and dropping out is not the option. So maybe the option looks like a vocational approach, or maybe it looks like we can get you some job placement and continue with a standard diploma, but always providing students with options and always have an extra option in the back pocket if that option doesn't work out.
Absolutely. And Principal Eck, as you reflect on lessons learned as a principal who has successfully reduced chronic absenteeism and dropout rate, what recommendations can you offer to our participants?
So I think, for our dropout rate in particular, and I agree with Ms. Williams, that it is relationships, and never letting go. So even when students leave us, we still follow them and we continue to re-engage them, right? And so we don't just let you go. So even though you left me, I am still going to call you. So it's not just a handoff. It's not like, well, they dropped out, now we focus on, no. We continue to focus on our dropout students. So just to give you an example, because we just brought back 2 students who had dropped out last year and they came back again a few months ago. So it's not only when we re-engage them, it's how do we re-engage them with creative scheduling? Because school didn't work the way that was working, right? So we have some creative scheduling that we say, well, here's some options that we have for you. And at Justice, we can do the following things, and we're willing to do, and it's putting staffing where it belongs, right? So what is our priority? We want our kids to be successful. So we have a lot of, we use Edmentum a lot, to be honest with you, in addition with support, right? So it's not just Edmentum, the kids finish the classes on their own, it is Edmentum with teacher support. So they get that one-on-one and it's on their terms. So if they have to go to work, they can go to work, and then what time are we doing class today? At 5 o'clock, right? And so our teachers are committed to our students to meet them at 5 o'clock to work through that Edmentum process. So re-engaging kids all, constantly and coming up with creative solutions for them. We also have a partnership program with Nova. So not, for college and career readiness, our kids who want to go apprenticeship route, right? A lot of the times we were ignoring the kids who wanted to go through an apprenticeship route. And so they didn't have a voice. The kids were going, I'm going to my career college counseling person. And so they didn't have a place to go. And now they do. So they have a person that they can go to talk about, I'm looking to get my HVAC certification. I'm looking to sign up to go get my associate's degree at Nova. So we have a lot of, again, just the list, we do a lot of listening to kids and their needs, and then trying to adapt constantly to those needs. But I think creative schedule, besides relationships, that creative scheduling to really re-engage the kids who have left us, and the ones that are thinking about going, like, well, so you have to work now, you have to work in the morning. Let's think about what other things we can do before you leave me. And having them understand the importance of that high school diploma and finishing up. So we do a lot of work around that.
Well said, thank you. Principal Bell, as you reflect on lessons learned, and as a principal who has successfully reduced chronic absenteeism and or dropout rate, what other recommendations can you offer to our participants?
I would recommend being proactive and not just reviewing the existing cohort, the graduation cohort, but go down to the 8th grade cohort and start looking at and monitoring attendance, behaviors, academic work, things of that nature, so it can help you adjust with the kid that is coming to you in the upcoming years. That does take a lot of work. However, of course, all of us know about getting the right people on the bus, because it is key personnel, because this work is tireless, it's relentless, and you got to have those people on the bus who will go get us, and they're gonna go get it. You have to have your, I would say, monitoring devices or spreadsheets and things in place where you are able to monitor each cohort that is coming up. Of course, the state helps us with SSWS with the existing cohort, but however, you can always see the cohorts that are coming up. And you just have to put things in place for alternative means of graduation, because every kid may not follow that direct path, may not have no issues into graduation. There may be some stumbling blocks along the way. However, just like Ms. X said, we can't allow that. Every kid must graduate. So we may have to find an alternative route for this moment, but to get you back on track. But we can't ever throw you to the side. We can't ever do that. But that's just being proactive, putting the interventions in place early and not being reactive when the cohort actually gets to you that year.
Absolutely.
For instance, my team, 2021, we knew 2021 was coming 4 years ago. So we've had our fingers on those kids in 2017.
Thank you, Principal Bell. And Principal Foster, as you reflect on lessons learned, and as a principal who has successfully reduced chronic absenteeism and dropout rate, what recommendations can you offer our participants?
I know that our audience should consider themselves very, very fortunate. Principal Williams, Principal Bell, Principal Eck have hit the nail right on the head. There won't be any significant learning or engagement without significant relationships. That is absolutely correct. Principal Bell, Principal Eck, talking about not only keeping what monitor gets done authentically right now, but I'm speaking specifically for myself. I will have over 600 plus students returning to brick and mortar who still have a virtual perspective of school. So not only are we looking at what's taking place, the right people on the bus, those spreadsheets, knowing where those kids are now and before they get to us. In August, I have planned a 3-week freshman/sophomore orientation and inviting those parents and students to the building so that they can see, because they have not been in our buildings, and that's a difference. Those behaviors, practices going to class, meeting the counselors face to face, and letting them know individually where they are without hesitation and how their trajectory will ultimately lead to their graduation. No guesswork. They need to know where they are right now. So I agree with all of my colleagues that they are right on target. My plans right now is to pour as much as I can into maintaining the trajectory we're on right now as far as finishing through June, and investing in August when our students, when I invite them in for that 3-week orientation so they can get a look-see before those juniors and seniors come in. Let them walk the building, let them practice going to classes, meeting with those parents, meeting the administrative team, and sharing the expectations. And again, building hope, building that missionary status that this is a place we're going to be here, and hopefully we'll be back in school. We need to be there. We actually need to be there. Some of our kids are successful either way, but authentic and face-to-face relationships are a little different than when you're looking on the screen or having those ghost interactions. And thank you, Ms. X, for that. So that's what they call it. We ghosting is okay for a little while, but we need our kids in front of us so but they can see us seeing them and put their hands on their shoulders and let them know we can do this together.
Thank you so much. I want to say what we hear you saying is continuing to build relationship is part of the lessons that you've learned, and understanding that you never let go, that you have to follow through with the students even after they've graduated on beyond your buildings. And for other principals, they need to be able to manage the parental expectations that is an expectation of instructional leaders. And they also need to focus on how do you re-engage and be creative about re-engaging. Principal Eck, you mentioned providing those support teams, more importantly in real time. Yes, you logged on and you're attending, but you're not responding. So that lets the student immediately know, oh, they're watching, they're paying attention, to build those relationships and to keep them fostered. And then what we also heard you say is to listen to the needs of students and parents and then adapt accordingly. Principal Bell, one of the things that you mentioned was taking a proactive approach and starting as early as students that are 8th graders who will transition into your building as 9th graders, so that you do know what's coming in. And Principal Foster, just to elaborate on what you spoke on, that does give you an opportunity for the incoming students and families to both know what they can expect coming into your building, but more importantly, then that gives you a glimpse as to what supports you need to have in place on day one when they come in. And so consistently, the message that you've all communicated as a lesson learned is to have a tangible system of tracking, of first identifying, tracking, and monitoring, and then understanding that under no circumstances can you allow a student to not be successful or to fail. I want to say that questions are coming in from participants. Before I get to those questions, the very first comment I do want to and let the panel know is the panel received a great kudos from Kevin Olds. He said that he's loving the panel and this discussion is it's been an eye opener, particularly for him, and really being able to speak to how to provide solutions to impacts of inequalities associated with the pandemic, and how he can move past that and make sure that there's student achievement. So with that said, we have a few minutes to answer a few questions from participants. So we'll start with you, Principal Eck. So Principal Eck, Justice High School has a large ELL student population. What strategies have you implemented to support student subgroups with chronic absenteeism monitoring?
I think for us, again, I go back to it's relationships, it's calling parents, it's calling students, it's connecting, it's information. How do we get the information to them in the language that they need to have it, right? So because our large ESOL population is mostly Hispanic, we get a lot of our information goes out in English and Spanish, but it goes out in Arabic, it goes out in Vietnamese, right? So multiple languages, but also not just written communication, we pick up the phone. So for us, there's a lot of home visits involved. There are a lot of phone calls involved. because not everybody has email, not everybody gets to see the school newsletter. So how do we reach out to families even further and further, right, that may not have the electronic communication that other families have? So we find that to be really helpful with communicating with our ELL families to get information to them.
Wonderful, thank you. And Principal Williams, the next question is for you. At your school, there is no assistant principal. So what systems have you implemented that you can share with other principals who also may not have an assistant principal in their building?
I think not having an assistant principal, what you have to understand is that you're going to do the bulk of the work. And so you're going to carry a lot on your shoulders. And so you just have to understand that you are going to go into a lot of these meetings and you're going to be on every committee. But that also, I think, is a positive because it does give me the opportunity to know every one of my students. It gives me the opportunity to talk to teachers, and it gives me the opportunity to say, let's talk about this one student and let's build what this student looks like. One of the things that we do really well is that we start with our 8th graders because they're in my building. So I have 8 through 12. So I start with my 8th graders and we start building what their diploma audits look like, and we build out choices for them. And so when we're getting into this process of this doesn't work out, well, there is another choice. And I'm really big on choices, but not having an assistant principal means that I'm going to be the chair of the majority of the committees. I'm going to have my hands in every single thing. And I just have to prioritize when I get into the building because I'm dealing with attendance, I'm dealing with dropout rates. I'm also dealing with every parent that calls comes through my desk. And I'm also have one guidance counselor. So I'm also helping students when they come in and want to talk about their career choices and talk about workplace readiness. That's my job as well. So my advice to someone who doesn't have an assistant principal is that it's going to be long hours and you just have to be dedicated to the position.
Understandable. Thank you. Principal Foster, what collective efforts with your, or what collaborative efforts with your school partners has your school implemented that supports student dropout intervention and or prevention?
Prior to our COVID situation, our partners in education with the military, churches, businesses in the area were certainly invited in the building to have face-to-face conversations and engagement with the students. Post-COVID, we've had to move over to the virtuality of it. We have done distance learning and drive through activities for our community, whether it be food services, job services through our bus ramp. We've even had, for example, we plan to have our but our cap and gown distribution on our bus ramp in cars and things of that nature. So we had to rethink how community engagement could still be effective and meet with our students. So most of our activities have been on the bus ramp or in the parking lot on weekends, on Saturdays, where the parents could drive through and see their teachers from a distance and just have that face-to-face conversation from the car to the bus ramp. We find that now that we are re-engaging and recalibrating, we are planning some activities for our seniors. We don't want all of our students to lose that high school experience. They haven't seen a prom in 2 years. They haven't seen those things, and they won't get them back, and it's disheartening. So we're trying to re-engage them and give them some type of activity as we finish out this year, of course, safely, but just for their sake, and to let our incoming freshmen and sophomores know that this is something you have to look forward to.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Principal Bell, what challenges are you anticipating for the 2021-2022 school year, and your thought on how you will tackle these challenges?
Great question. One of the challenges that I know all of us on the panel are going to face is that we will be, we have a 9th grade class, an existing 9th grade class that we really didn't get a chance to build a relationship with because we didn't get a chance to see them. And we will be having an incoming 9th grade class that we didn't get a chance to see. We're going to try our best through orientation pieces prior to school opening to get a chance to see both of those grade levels. But it's a big difference, as Ms. Eck and Dr. Foster talking about. You know, it's a difference with being face to face versus the over the camera piece. Because, you know, we don't know personalities. You learn personalities, you learn their character traits, they learn yours. They learn a lot about the school and the dynamics of the school and the things that are going to be accepted. However, we will stick to our mantra when we get a chance to communicate to those parents through orientations and open houses prior to September, that greatness is the rightful destiny of every person. And your child is great, and they are destined for success. And we are here to make sure that that's going to happen. We're going to not only be with your child, but we are definitely here for you and anything that you need. And we definitely have not only, don't only have school support, but you have division support. And I think that our students understand that and our parents understand that. But that's one of the greatest dynamics that we're going to have to, one of our greatest challenges is that we are going to have 2 grade levels that we really haven't spent 180 days with.
Thank you, Principal Bell. I would say it collectively, all of you have expressed that the key to your success has been the ability to leverage everything, if I could put it in one sentence. And to Principal Eckerson, yes, leverage everything. There, you can turn a situation where you have a person who's not necessarily in a particular position, understand that you assume that role, how do you prioritize, and then use every opportunity. So I would say those would be the 3 key takeaway outcomes: leverage everything, prioritize, and use every opportunity. All of you spoke to your ability to have engagement with your community partners and your staff, and then have that directly linked to students directly. Everything from capping out distribution in cars, to calling with ghosting, to calling a parent if you notice just walking in the hallway a student is missing, to you, Principal Bell, when you just mentioned meeting 8th graders where they are, and then also the incoming 9th graders, and then understanding where staff needs to be to address those needs, because it has been 180 days and you haven't had that opportunity to learn them or for them to learn you. Thank you. I would like to say to all panelists, thank you for your time, the time from your schedules today to participate on our panel. To all participants, thank you for attending our principal panel today. Your questions provided depth to our discussion. If you have additional questions pertaining to today's topic, please feel free to email the Office of School Quality directly at osq@doe.virginia.gov. And on behalf of Office of School Quality, I am Angel Lee. We appreciate your time and thank you for sharing your day with us. Please enjoy the remainder of your day. I will turn it over now to Dr. Julius Hamlin. He is the Associate Director for Office of School Quality, who will guide us into instructions for the next session.
Our team, hey, job well done, not only to our moderator, but our special guests. We are very appreciative of you all again, providing some support and service to the Commonwealth. You represented regions 1 through 4 very well, so job well done. Really quick, I want to share screens and give some specifics. We've been getting just some feedback from the field, and I wanted to share screens just to step through our next steps really quick. We have a short break, just about over an hour or so until we reconvene. But I encourage anyone who's attending our 1 o'clocks, creating conducive school climates and cultures, learning within your schools is session 1, leading with ELs and equity, exploring classroom walkthrough tools is again session 2. And in corresponding in room 3, we'll have leveraging just-in-time math quick checks. If you can get in early, great. Those of you that have the Zoom version 5.30 or higher, you can actually, once in the waiting room, click the breakout room button and see it highlighted with this arrow down here at the bottom. You can click that and it will give you the list of the rooms, 1, 2, or 3. Then right beside that room, it'll say join. You can join remotely on your own if you like. If you do not have the upgraded version, don't worry. Just put inside the chat which of the 3 rooms, and that will help our facilitators from Virginia Tech to get you to your rooms expeditiously. Again, we thank you for attending the principal panel, and to our moderator and our panelists, we so graciously appreciate you and your service. And to the field, feel free to reach out to them. A wealth of knowledge on the panel today. Thank you all and enjoy your lunch. Good afternoon. On behalf of the Office of School Quality, we want to thank you for joining us on day one of our Principal Leaders Conference. Excited to have you, to our presenters, our panelists, our planning committee, the event planners that supported us throughout this process, everyone that jumped in on logistics, to you that provided feedback so that we could improve on the fly. That's how we do. Thank you again. I just want to share screen to give you some specifics as it pertains to tomorrow. We also want to remind everyone about the session feedback. You can scan the QR code, of course, by your mobile device to access it, or links that have been provided not only in the Know Before You Go, but also the links that have been provided in the chats today. I also wanted you to be ready tomorrow. We have another action-packed opening keynote and day full of 11 more Power Hour sessions. Our keynote will be Ms. Leah Walker, and that is something that you definitely don't want to miss. And again, our keynote sessions, once that ends, our sessions will begin at 10. We have a session with colleagues from around the Commonwealth that will start at 10, our 3 sessions there. Our principal panel focus will be on climate, culture, and supportive networks. That begins at 11. Of course, we have our lunch break at noon, followed by 3 sessions at 1 o'clock. And again, we will close out with our 3 sessions at 2. And finally, we'll close remarks. We'll give you a little sneak peek on what we have planned on the following year. And we appreciate, again, all of you, your patience and your support. Thank you for attending today. Have a wonderful afternoon and beyond. See you tomorrow. Same bad time, same bad channel. Thank you all.